Alright, we back. I did some things that I guess I'll show now. So, this game's just easy, you know? Like, that's just how it is at this point. I'm leveled enough to where nothing's really giving me trouble. So, went online, I said fuck it, and now I have over 61,000 mana. Used the glitch. Basically, I'll just show it. Very simple. You do a spell, drain magicka on self, fortify intelligence, fortify magicka, weakness to magicka. You just keep casting it, keep casting it. Once you get to a high enough spot, you need an item enchanted with drain magicka on self. Put that on, you're done. So after I should say, once you do the spells, you let that time drain. I did 20 seconds, because I had enough magicka to begin with to allow me to do something that lasted 20 seconds. Just keep casting. You'll see your magicka getting more and more. And that's it. You let the time end, then you put it on. Apparently you need the apprentice stone for it. But yeah, that's all I did. I got it. I got some new braces. I've got shield boots on. And shield pants. No, shield boots and braces, my bad. I made life pants just because I'm just tired of the helmets. Also, so much health doesn't really matter. Made 2 spells, 100 damage for 5 seconds. With all the types and paralyzed, I did touch and target because why not? I also have a heal that restores 100 a second on self for 120 seconds. Because, once again, why not? I'll say with that, I can now at least have some better spells on. Summoning, touch, target, self, what is this? Alright, so I currently have Spider Daedra, so who else would be fun? Let's... Like, I know Daedroth was like my go-to, but who would be cool? You know what? Sure. I'll put the Summoned Champion on. Not that I'm gonna need it, but actually, yeah, I don't use invisibility enough thinking on it to need it on there. So, alright, let's go Temple District. So, there's like one quest left, kind of, for the Imperial City. It's it's like 2, 3, but they're all tied to one guy, and you have to progress his first one to do anything. So I'm gonna start that one. He might not have been in the Temple District. Let me just look. Might be in the Elven Gardens. I don't fully remember where he actually is. Yeah, he is not in Elven Gardens. Okay, so I guess he's in the Talos Plaza.
What is it, citizen?
Yeah, okay, Talos Plaza. No. Okay, so this is the guy's house. Let's wait for him to get up. I'll pull up the walkthrough because I know what the quest is, but I don't know if it tells you where each of them
Let's hear it.
are.
Tidings.
Joring the butler. I've served Master Umbacano for many years. Hey, you're the one they call... My master, Umbacano, is known across Cyrodiil as a collector of alien antiquities. He's always interested in rare artifacts from that era. Why? Do you have something of interest to my master? Really? May I see it, please?
Actually, I don't think I do.
How interesting. I'm sure the curio... Unfortunately, my master is only interested in the rarest and most unique alien artifacts to add to his collection. Take care.
Okay, so I might actually have to go get one first.
Can you spare a coin?
Okay, so let's start here. Apparently there's one in here. Oh, that's what that noise was. Is there a chest up there? No. So, this is a kind of long quest. But not exactly. There's 10 artifacts, apparently. That did nothing. The hell kind of a noise was that for a collapse? Thought a portal was opening to another dimension. Oh. Wow, that was easy. Well. Suppose while I'm here, might as well explore the rest of this place. I doubt there's anything here for me, but you never know. Huh. Oh. Alright, we're gonna have to hit up a church on the way back. Great. So... let's see. So it says I start this by selling it to a shop. But I have a feeling if I just go and say, hey, I got one, it'll start it too. That way I don't have to wait around.
You have the hands of a hero.
Yes?
So...
My master... Why? Really? I believe my master would be interested in speaking to you right away. If you'll just follow me.
I'll say, if you do this early in the game, like I presume you're kind of supposed to, or at least earlier than I did, it's actually a decent way to make money. Apparently he pays like 500 a statue.
Yes? You have something of interest to me? Ah, one of the 10 ancestors. Hold it up to the light. Yes, exquisite. You did the right thing by bringing this to me. I am interested in obtaining the complete set of these statues. If you bring them to me when you find them, I will pay you double for each one. I would be happy to take this statue off your hands right now. I assume that's why you came to see me? Wonderful. Remember, I will be happy to give you the same price for any others that you find. And I'll double your payment if you manage to recover the complete set of 10. I look forward to a long and mutually profitable relationship. What can be said about taxes? They're high, but we must pay. At least they are administered efficiently, and the shrinkage is within decent limits. Yes, have you found another statue for me? Well then, you have work to do. I will continue to search the archives for any clues to the statue's locations.
Alright, so I am looking up the other quests, because one of them is based on... Okay. Okay, so the other one, I have to bring 2 of them to him. Okay.
Enough talk.
So, there is a quest after this, like I said, that you need only triggers after you bring 2, and then the other quest tied to him only happens after the other. So at this point, I just going to get these. And I think I remember why I kind of hated this quest. It doesn't tell you. I did have the guidebook, so I would have just looked at the book, I suppose. But yeah. Oh,
No!
I remember hating this one specifically, actually. Maybe a button or something to trigger that.
Showing your face.
No. That feels weird. Feels like there should be something there. Let's see. Oh. Thought. Never mind. Oh.
It's a fight you want. It's a...
This is so much easier when you just jump across the water.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
Huh?
Wait. Gotta be something cool down here, right? No? Really? Alright. Uh... See, I'll do the next one as well. Oh. I have the next one marked. Alright. I'll do this one too. Then I'll go back, sell it to him. That way I can get the other two quests. And then I'll go off and finish them. that. Well, I'll take you just because you're kind of cool. Okay, you got like no strength, do you, buddy? Oh. Shit. I don't know if I need to continue or not. I'm gonna go back and look around a little bit first, because I'll be honest, this guide isn't like the best about this. From there. Oh. Okay. Make sure there's no chest or something over here on this. Alright. Apparently, the treasure becomes mundane now until the final room. I'm glad I have a lot of health. Alright. There's shit worth taking in here.
Your presence here will...
Ah. Just why not? Sure. And I believe that's the exit. You know, I was gonna go to a church so I could get my shit fixed, and I realized I have no idea where the chapels are in the Imperial City.
It's you, the hero of Gavat. This is truly an honor.
To the Septon Hotel.
Have mercy. Just one guy. I'm only... Thank you.
I got you, man.
Good riddance to the Blackwood Company. And good luck to the Fighters Guild.
Thanks.
Blessings of Arcane on you.
Oh. So I will say, as you can see, my magicka isn't going up as instantly as it normally would, even while fast traveling and shit. When you have this high of magicka, it doesn't just go up. You will fast travel a bit and not have full magicka.
Tidings.
Good to see you again, sir. Shall I escort you upstairs to see my master? Very good. Please follow me.
Alright, so doing these three, like I said, this should trigger me being able to start Nothing You Can Possess. And then, once I complete that, I'll be able to do Secrets of the Aelids.
The treasure hunter. Please, have a seat. Ah, yes. My treasure hunting friend. What can I do for you? The Doomstones are a mystery. Are they traces of the mythic times? Or creations of ancient beast folk or lost races of mer or men?
Oh, it's new.
Yes.
That's
Have you
nice.
found another statue for me? Ah, a second ancestor. Excellent. I had wondered whether the first was just luck, but I see now that you have some skill at this work. By good fortune, my research has uncovered some new information that may help you in your search for the remaining statues. I have found the names of a number of Aeliad cities where the statues may have been taken for safekeeping during the siege of White Gold Tower. The only modern sites that still bear their ancient names are Moranda, Macamente, Wenyanduik, Ninendiva, and Fanakas.
I
There
did
is
two of
no
those.
guarantee
but
that my
that-
sources are correct, of course, but these should at least provide a starting point for your search. Yes, have you found another statue for me?
Also, I never realized those stones out there were called Doomstones.
Beautiful.
Kinda weird.
Exquisite. You have proven yourself to be quite resourceful. I have another task which should interest someone of your particular talents. You have proven yourself more than a simple grave robber. I believe you can handle a more complicated assignment. Are you interested? Excellent. Here, take a look at this sketch. The ancient text referred to this site only as the High Fane. Do you know it? Malada? Really? I confess I had never made the connection. But yes, it makes sense. In any event, this should make your job easier than I had feared. The High Fane dates from the late Aeolian period, following the fall of White Gold Tower, a very troubled time for that ancient people. A time I find most fascinating. The drawing on the bottom of the page I gave you depicts a carved panel from the central chamber of the High Fane. I believe this carving will shed new light on Aeolian history. If I am able to examine it closely, I would like you to retrieve it for me. You will need this as well. It is the key to the inner chamber of the High Fane. I part with it reluctantly, so guard it well. It is what began my search for the High Fane many years ago.
Of course, random rich high elf just
Shouldn't you
has
be
the key.
off to Malada to retrieve the carving I want?
Kind of a dick sometimes. You're so weird, man. Like, you're so nice, and then you're such a douche. Hang on, give me a sec. Gotta plug in. So, I'll do this one. Get it out the way. Don't think it's a long quest.
You must be Umbacano's new plaything. Well met. I am Claude Marek, another pawn in Umbacano's game.
Not a
I
pawn.
always enjoy meeting my rival treasure hunters. What? Did you think you were the only one? Come, let's have a drink together.
I hate how you have to follow people. Like, you gotta follow them so closely, but they move so fucking slowly. Come on, man. You're about to say, where are you going? Let's just go here. Who enters that what? Whatever.
Good to see you.
Do you think what happened to Kvat could happen here?
Without question.
Barkeep, what's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
I understand
Now then, I propose a toast. To Umbacano, may his purse never run dry.
Tell
Well,
me
it's
to
no
follow you
problem
and
traveling
talk
from
to
the
someone
Imperial
else.
City to Leowin, if you're a wizard and can walk on water. I'd stay off the roads, though.
You just take a
Our
boat.
mutual employer rarely tells us the whole story, but he pays very well. Not that I should be giving advice to one of my rivals.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's try that again.
Every little bit helps. Our mutual Must I hold your hand? I begin to wonder what Umbacano sees in you. It is an Aeolian ruin in the far west of this province, up in the Valus Mountains. Farewell, my friend.
Why? What was the point of this? I suppose that was for if I had no idea what that was and he was going to direct me. Let's see. Let's see, where are you located? Oh, I thought it said to the west, but apparently it's along a river. And, okay. Apparently this is a simple dungeon, easy to traverse. Guess I'll be finding out. How? How did you get inside? Like... Wait, never mind. Just confused. Something with no hands. Okay, was this place taken over by... Oh, yep. Gonna say druids, but Spriggan counts. I have seriously got to hit a church after this. Also, I'm sure you see why I just made spells to one-shot things, because at this point, it clearly doesn't matter. When I can just do that. Found the carving that Umbacano wants. I need to get out of the ruins and return to the Imperial City to deliver it. Okay. Excessive. Yeah. saw that purple marker. Oh. Can't ignore the fact that I missed. Shit. Ah, there we go.
Well done. You have much to learn about this business, my friend, but you show definite promise. But first, of course, you must hand over the carving.
No.
Are you sure? I truly have no wish to harm you. It is the carving I want. Just business. Hand it over, and someday we will both laugh about this over drinks at the Tiber Septim. I will give you one last chance. As you wish.
No.
Too bad. I was just getting to like you. Kill him.
That the best you can do? Die, damn you! Pathetic. Not supposed to be impressed. Yeah! That the best you can do?
This is the...
Show me what you got.
Now, what do you got? Idiots. I don't know why I thought that was going to be an orc. Alright. Let's see. Rigmore. Set up camp out of sight and keep an eye out for strangers. Umbacano thinks to cheat us as usual, so we'll play it cautiously. Do not enter the room until I arrive. We may not need to risk our necks this time. Mark. P.S. Keep an eye on Surazir. He's acting even twitchier than usual. Maybe he finally realized he isn't getting a full cut, but he thinks he's good for one more job, and he's the best I could come up with on short notice. Okay then. Back to Umbacano.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service? I fought money. You.
You'll never take me down! Take that!
Hang on. I have no idea what's going on. Ardens Avidius. Oh.
Die!
Ardens Avidius is dead. He was that crooked god in the imperial city that had threatened Lorank and Ruslan. He must have escaped from prison. He kept raving about how he would get me for putting him in jail.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
Huh. I was about to say, like, why is this random asshole attacking me? Just swinging at people in general. I wonder what would happen if I was just, like, never here. Does he wait for the Imperial City, or will he chase you like the guards? I used to be somebody. I was a captain of the guard in the Imperial City until that flea-bitten hero decided to poke their nose in my business. I have a plan to get out of the Imperial prison. Apparently there was a secret escape tunnel used by the royal family. When I get out, I'm going to settle the score with that hero. Then I'll take care of those two snitches, Ruslan and Lorank. The sweetest of all will be Idius Hain. I'll make him squeal first. Well, you tried, buddy. No one can say you didn't try. You're an idiot. I understand wanting revenge. You were a corrupt god captain. Maybe you should have just let it be and left, you know? But whatever, you did, not me.
Tidings.
Good to see you again, sir. Shall I escort you upstairs to see my master? Very good. Please follow me.
You walk such odd ways. Like, why not just walk that way? Why go this way, then this way? Like, that don't make sense. Then again, it also doesn't make sense that I need my head up his ass to follow him up a flight of stairs.
Ah, the treasure hunter. Please, have a seat. Ah, yes. My treasure hunting friend. What can I do for you? They say Eleanor on Somerset Isle is more beautiful. I've never been. For the present, I must count the Imperial City the most glorious in Tamriel. I believe a little friendly competition always sharpens the wits. Even more reason for you to get back to hunting for my carving.
Yeah, he dead, man.
Yes, you learned that it is the ruin now known as Malada. Were you able to recover the carving yet? Wonderful! You are indeed
Well, actually, I
a
don't
treasure hunter
know
of
if he's
exceptional
dead.
talents. Here is your reward as promised. Normally, I would give you a chance to celebrate your success, but I do have another task for you, if you are interested. A rather urgent one. This is
No.
not quite in your usual line of work, but I hope you can help me just the same. A rival collector has an item which I very much want to add to my collection, but she stubbornly refuses to consider any of my offers. She and I have had our differences over the years, I admit. Now she is taking this opportunity to get her revenge. I believe that you may be able to persuade her to part with the item, where I cannot due to her prejudice against me. Are you interested? Very good. I hope you will succeed. where I have so far failed. Her name is Herminia Sinner. She lives here in the Imperial City, in the Elven Gardens district. She fancies herself a student of the Aelids, although she sadly lacks any aesthetic instinct whatsoever. Be that as it may, she has come into possession of an ancient relic known as the Crown of the Aelids. Your job is to acquire it for me. Here is more than enough gold to buy it at any reasonable price. You may keep whatever you do not use as your fee. The carving you recovered from the ladder will be invaluable in my research on the late Aeliad period. Be seeing you.
Okay. So this is my, active quest. Huh. Okay. So, reading this quest, I have two options. I know which option I'm gonna choose, but I should probably finish the collector first, otherwise I'm gonna get screwed. So... Alright, just had to make sure I had the next location. First, I'm gonna go to Coral, just because I have, like I said, I have no idea where the church is in the Imperial City. It might be in, the palace area, I don't know, but I'm just go here.
Good tidings, citizen.
Oh, and in case you were worried, yes, you can still use welcome stones and stuff to repair,
You're in good company, friend. Welcome.
to fill your magicka. Apparently praying is also fun. Good. Now, some repairs going. This once again, everything breaks. I need some better gloves. And actually, I could use a better spell than the health one. Not the health one. The ghost, wow, the skeleton one I have on, because it's not really going to do much. Don't know what spell to do though, so I guess I'll think about it for a bit. Oh, I haven't found you yet. Okay, it's a cave then. Yeah, I'll be honest. I put these gloves on just because I like the idea of having braces. But these things break instantly. I've got to get rid of them. Honestly, I'd have kept using the wrist irons, but I think they break easy too, thinking on it. Also, I have them enchanted to fortify magicka, which I don't need. No. Yep. I know it.
Oh!
Okay. This one? Seriously? No. Okay, this is the right spot. So the central room has it. There we go. Wasn't so bad. Ah. Eh. Oh, never mind. Actually, here we go. Just because I'm already here. Actually, eh. There's not going to be anything here I want. Alright. So I head northwest again. that tree stump. And I should get to Minindava. Or at least get a marker for Minindava. Going too far west, not enough north or something? What's up? There it is. Come on. Come on. Side to side, and jump. Let's go. Yeah, I'll deal with you. Apparently this is one of the shortest ones, which is nice. Okay, apparently you keep going straight. Wow, that was... That was not even remotely helpful. Hit the lock from the gate. On the far wall. I do like how it told me just keep going straight, as if straight and down wasn't an option. Like... Bitch ate a fork. Or somebody stabbed him with it. Okay. Wyandowick. Let's see. I believe it's this one. Yep. Closed gate, correct? Yes. Don't remember this one at all. Apparently you hang right. Bitch had the same idea. Look at the little guy go. Alright. Silver spoon. Interesting. Say how like big and open this point is. It kind of reminds me of how some of the dwarven ruins are. Like not exactly the same, but does kind of somewhat remind me of Black Marsh a little. Just with how like big and open that one area is. Let me just draw on a bit. Because I'm not going to be able to fast travel all the music still like this. Okay. Next one. Are we on to that cave yet? Alright, we good now? Just 4 more. Let's see. Okay. Statue. Second room. On the right side of the high path. Um, It is not in the first large open space. Or it is not in the final large open space at the end. Bitch silenced me as it went on. There we go. These are not great instructions. Statue is in the second room on the right side of the higher path. It is not in the final large open space at the end. What? Oh, at this point, fuck it. I'm just searching again. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm doing. Wait. Right side. Nope. Oh. Sure, I'll rob what I'm presuming is like a council room. Come on. Oh, that sucks. Damn it. No. What the hell killed me? What the hell could kill me? Dang, I was hoping to dodge there. Oh well. Ow. Oh, silence. Okay, I'm gonna save now. And yes, I'm doing it again. But this time, I just got something to prove. Yep, just wanted to prove I could. Hmm. You know, I've played full caster in Skyrim, and I think I might have attempted it in like one of my Oblivion runs. And my god, I cannot imagine doing it without cheating. Or cheesing, or glitching, or whatever. Like, oh my god, it would just be so damn tedious. Like, I love magic, but without, like, some equivalent to cantrips or something, like how, D&D Pathfinder does it, I can't imagine doing a full mage again. And yes, I do get that these are very different mediums. So doing something equivalent to cantrips isn't easy. I'm just saying, I can't imagine trying to do like a full mage in a game like this when the second I'm out of magicka, I'm just kind of waiting. Hell, even running out to the level I was running before I did this was bugging. That was the slowest moving blade I think I have ever seen. Gonna have to stop back at Frostcrag Spire soon. Drop off all my shit. Ah, here we go. What are they hitting me with? That it's dropping me that fucking fast. Oh. My only guess, is they're hitting me with something that reflects my spells back on me. Or at least it reflects the damage back on me. That would be my only guess on what they could hit me with. That would deal that insane of damage. Ugh. Right. So this is a weird map. Or dungeon, I should say. It's just... It's odd. It's odd that's how you enter it. Though I guess that's... whatever. Just that entrance to the dungeon. It's just so weird. Alright, so the next one... is this one. Oh. First, I know there's people I gotta whoop their ass. Here. Come here. Dang. How do these look? Bam! So, yep, apparently this is an extremely long dungeon, which is, you know, just the thing you want to hear. It's a 21-page book. Okay, I will read that later, but just for the sake of anyone here, I won't. Still extremely fat. What's up?
What's that?
Ah, nice. And I'm over encumbered. Son of a bitch. I've seriously got to drop off my shit at Frostcrag Spire when I'm done.
Hello. Who's there? Well,
Nope.
well.
What? Oh. Good old Oblivion. Or Bethesda, I should suppose.
You
Oh, I fucking feel
Move
that.
like a pregnant cow. Duh! Duh!
Uh, oh yeah, I gotta say the Cataclysm sword is pretty awesome.
Who's there? Where are that?
I am very happy with the new Order and Cataclysm gear they added in the game, especially with how easy it is to get as long as you actually have the deluxe edition.
This ends here.
Eh, shit. Where the fuck? What? So this way. Oh, I remember why I fucking hate these ruins. Oh, I fucking hate alien ruins. I swear. Thank God. I mean, thank God. Come on. Damn it. Yep. Just like I said, very fucking long. Okay. Oh, this is what they meant by gauntlet. Right then. Fucking for real. So many fucking stuff. I'm not. Jesus, how many fucking doors I gotta open? Thank God. You see? You know what? Honestly, I usually like skeletons, but like, this place did not need to have this many damn doors. So now I have to go back through this shit now. Okay. For real. At least I can get out of it quickly. I can only imagine how long that would have taken if I wasn't just super leveled right now. Couldn't even appreciate the gauntlet. Alright, last one. Where are we going? You. Tell me this is not alone. Yeah, I think I had to have seen at least some at a museum before. Why? Uh, honestly, not sure. Feel like possibly. Oh, they do. But
What's that?
how come? Where the fuck did that guy come from? I do gotta say though, outside of wading through them in this game, as someone who loves summoning, undead armies are the way to go. What? Why fish? Yeah? Ah. Not a fan of scaly things, I see. Oh yeah, swordfish. I used to have one of those hanging on my wall. Yeah. Narwhals with that big ass horn. Fair enough, I suppose. Enough fish on to everyone's tastes. Shit. You know, I am definitely with you there. I always thought hammerhead sharks just did not look right. Like, that shit just looks off.
What's that?
You know, neither do I. Shit. What am I doing? Might as well just see what's over here now. Hey, to whoever else just joined. Just gotta get one. Don't think those are hard to get. Don't know how much you'd catch, but definitely be fucking fun. Okay. Time to go drop off all the shit that's weighing me down.
By Azura, by Azura, by Azura! It's the Grand Champion! I can't believe it's you standing...
Okay, now. You. Keep him for now, I suppose. Ah, that is... I think his actual name is the Adoring Fan. Just remember calling him the Annoying Fan.
Next to me.
He never shuts up, so I kind of just shoved him in here. He follows you around after you become the Grand Champion of the arena. It's not... He carries a torch, so like, if you need light or something, it's not that bad, but yeah. He is kind of annoying. So a lot of people tend to just drop him somewhere and never go back to get him. He's supposed to be off in the corner, but every time I go back, he gets closer to the bed.
You're a sneaky...
Good to see you again, sir. Shall I escort you upstairs to see my master? Very good.
Sadly,
Please
no.
follow me.
I could... Actually, no, you can't even summon animals. I think there's, like, an undead dog you can summon, but that's the closest you can do.
Ah, the treasure hunter. Please, have a seat.
You can summon Atronachs that, like, permanently stay until they get killed. It's probably the closest to any
my
type
treasure hunting friend.
pet you can do.
What can I do for you? Yes. Have you found another statue for me? Well done. Here is your payment, as promised. Yes. Have you found another statue for me? Well done. Here is your payment, as promised. Yes. Have you found another statue for me? Well, yes.
Clearly you don't say anything.
I am impressed. Only 3 more statues to complete the set. Keep up the good work, my friend. Yes. I had never thought to see 8 of the ancestors together again in my lifetime. Well done. Yes. You are doing very well in your treasure hunt, my friend. Only 1 more statue remains to be discovered. You are very close to earning the reward for completing the set of 10. I urge you to redouble your efforts. Yes. Have you found another statue for me? You have exceeded my fondest hopes, my friend. The 10 ancestors are reunited at last. This is truly an historic day. As I promised when we first met, here is your reward for completing the set. Take it with my sincere thanks. It is well deserved. You were more resourceful than I had hoped. I esteem you greatly for your success in bringing the 10 ancestors together again after all these years. The legions patrol the roads, and they've always been sufficient. I can't imagine we'll ever be at war with the provinces. Not in my lifetime. Be seeing you.
Fresh.
You know, I can actually kind of see it. I kind of see it.
Look at the muscles on you.
Herminia Sinner, amateur scholar of the ancient elves, dabbler in the arcane arts. How can I help you? You want to buy my Ayleid crown? It isn't for sale at any price. I would think Umbacano would know that by now. I will never allow the crown to fall into Umbacano's hands. He is far more dangerous than you realize. Far from it. His interest in the Ayleids is not that of a mere scholar. He hopes to unlock the secrets of their magical power. And if you know anything about Ayleid-ruled Cyrodiil, that should make you very uneasy. I'm afraid I don't know for sure. I wish I had a more persuasive answer, but hear me out. The crown of the Ayleids which Umbacano wants is not simply an ancient work of art. It has certain superficial magic powers, true, but its real power is hidden. However, my studies of the ancient text make clear that it is the key to dangerous magical powers which should be left dormant. Yes, I understand. He wants an Ayleid crown, but does it have to be my Ayleid crown? What if you brought him another crown? My own research into the late Ayleid period suggests that there was not a single Ayleid ruler, but many. They were a bitterly divided people, with many warlords vying against each other for power. Their ultimate demise was wrought by their own civil strife, at least as much as by the rebellion of their human slaves.
Nah, she's right. There is another crown out there.
The one Umbacano covets, belonged to the ruler of Nenalata. I've learned of another crown, entombed with the last ruler of the rival city of Lindai. Since Umbacano has never laid eyes on the real crown of the Ayleids, I doubt he could tell the difference. In any case, the other is also a real Ayleid crown, just not the right one. I think we could all sleep better if you brought him Lindai's crown instead of the crown of Nenalata. Here, I happen to have the key you'll need to enter the royal burial chamber in Lindai. I hope you'll make the right choice. I hope you'll make the right choice. Umbacano must not have the crown of Nenalata. The king of Nenalata is the last Ayleid king known to history, true. He appears to have ruled for centuries past the fall of all the other Ayleid kingdoms, if the ancient chronicles are to be believed. But there never was a single king of the Ayleids.
At least she looks normal.
Each city-state had its king, and their power waxed and waned over the years. The king of Nenalata was the last, simply because all the other kings had been destroyed or driven out of Cyrodiil. The Ayleid city of
Not
Lindai
entirely
was a
sure.
bitter rival to Nenalata, the city of the so-called last king of the Ayleids. Umbacano may not be able to tell the difference between the crown of Lindai and the crown of Nenalata. It's at least worth a try. I know I don't want to find out what terrible power Umbacano could unleash using the crown of Nenalata. Good day.
Say, I do know no matter which one you pick, the end result's the same. Probably, law-wise, it's probably something to do with controlling people, considering Ayleids were all about magic and slaves. Yeah. Should be some good shit. Oh, I haven't gone there yet. Alright. Oh. Yes and yes. The what, I do not know. But I do know, apparently when you first get the crown, it does something. And then at the end of the quest, I think the crown is stronger. Or at least this walkthrough says it's stronger. But yeah, it does actually do something. Alright. Now, how difficult is it going to be to get this bitch? I stood silence, motherfucker. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why it's just repeating it. Like, why am I just being hit? Oh, got it. Nope. Ah, you should be able to fit seamlessly in. Damn it. Stupid fucking reflect spell. Alright, fit seamlessly in. Let's try this again. Bastard paralyzed me. Do you have the crown? Oh. Ah. Found the Ayleid crown of Lindai, just as Herminia Sinner said. I'd return to Umbacano and complete my task. Alright. check it. So the crown boosts alteration, illusion, and resists magic by 35%. That's not bad. I don't really use alteration and illusion, but resisting magic is always good. Yeah. Though personally, I'm not really a fan of their quarter pounders. It's decently powerful. Oh, yeah, no. There's no way this game was allowing that. Though, it's not enslaving people, but when you complete a faction, you can have a follower run around with you. So at the moment, I could have 3 followers just coming with me everywhere, if I wanted.
What is it, citizen? Only ask.
You're a sneaky...
Good to see you again, sir. Very good. Please follow me.
Come on, man. I mean, at this point, you really should just let me go up the damn stairs alone.
Ah, the treasure hunter. Please, have a seat.
This bitch hasn't had it. Really, Oblivion? It's in a sealed case, and you couldn't even get this right? Come on, man.
I hope I can help. Have you brought me the crown of the Aelids? Interesting. These markings are unexpected. The royal glyph is not as described by Sorkelin. But no matter. This is clearly authentic Aeliad workmanship. Later ages have never seen the like. To think that I hold the very crown that once graced the brow of the last Aeliad king. Even to gaze upon it would have been death to any one of the lesser races in the old days. I thank you again for your efforts. I have one final task for you, if you are still willing to face danger on my behalf. In order to bring my research on the last king of the Aelids to its final stage, I need to go to the throne room of Nenalata. While I am not without means of defending myself, I believe you would be an invaluable companion on such an expedition. Your reward will be whatever plunder you wish to carry off from Nenalata. Since the throne room has been sealed since the time of the Aelids, it should provide rich pickings. Very well. 3 days, then. Don't be late. Reputedly the crown worn by the last king of the Aelids. It deserves to be part of my collection.
Deserves, huh?
Very
You really
little
are a
is
rich
known of
fucker.
him. Not even his name. He ruled the last Aeliad city in Cyrodiil during the First Era, 3 centuries after the fall of White Gold Tower. Legion duty here in Cyrodiil is usually a dull affair. In the East, though, things are a bit more challenging, and one can make a name for oneself. Remember,
yes.
I will be expecting you at Nenalata in 3 days' time.
In the East, will you try and take territory from Blackmarsh? The people who were able to fight off the Oblivion Crisis without a problem. Yeah, I'm sure it is a fucking fleet. Alright, 3 days. Huh. Sure, let's say that was 3 days. I actually don't. I'm not even sure. Let's find out. Oh. Oh, this asshole.
Greetings to you. Here you are at last. I know exactly where the throne room lies. Your job is simply to get me there safely. Very well. Scout ahead and return when it is safe.
So, I'm leaving him there because I did see, apparently, if you were at a high level, he's just gonna get killed. I gave him the other real one. I didn't feel like breaking in and stealing hers. It should be safe to go grab him.
Yes? Lead the way.
Okay. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother trying to fight them legit. Not having this guy die while we're there. Because, yeah, apparently he can die during this quest. Nothing better than an escort mission. At least this shit's a straight shot. Damn it. No. Fuck, get up before they kill him. Whew. Really worried they're actually going to kill him.
This is it. Just as Sorkelin described it. Follow me. Av Ariel, Yitamriel, Delavoy, and Arpen Arantanabai. Here it is. Throne of the last king of the Elves. And so it falls to me to begin the restoration of our ancient glory. Absuna Tamrien, Octavoy, and Arpen Aran Malaboro!
Umbacano was horribly destroyed in Nenalanta when he declared himself king of the Aelids, using the crown of the rival city of Lindai, now to escape the wrath of the undead citizens of Nenalanta. Yeah, sucks for him.
Show me what you've got.
Jeez, there's a lot of you.
Let's get this over with. Hey, come on now. There's no need to get violent.
No, there was a need for that. That's for jumping me before, you asshole. Huh. Ah. You know what? I'm gonna Google something real quick, because what I saw said it didn't matter which crown you gave him. And apparently, I don't get the cool one now. Let's see. The crown fortifies alteration and conjuration by 15 each, and reflects spell 25. It's cool, but do I want to do that quest again? You know what? I kind of don't. Let's see. I don't even know if I have a save that I could even go back to. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I ain't going back that far. Well, that's a shame. Oh well. Nope, wrong one. I am curious, do I have an elven thing? No, I do not. Shit. Oh well.
By
So tempted to go to the Shivering Isles right now. Yeah, I'll do some of the main quests.
You have proven yourself a loyal servant of the Empire, as worthy as any of the Blades to stand by Martin's side during this crisis. As the Grand Master of the Blades, I would be honored to accept you into our order. Will you join us? The Blades are sworn to the service of the Emperor as the mortal representative of the dragon blood of the divine Talos. It is my honor to welcome you into our ranks as a Knight Brother of the Blades. This place was built by Raymond Cyrodiil Zakaviri Dragon Guard at the founding of the Second Empire. Since then, it has served the Blades as headquarters, fortress, and sanctuary. We can protect Martin here until you recover the Amulet of Kings. You're right. We must try to recover the amulet before the enemy takes it out of our reach. You should go back to the Imperial City. Boris may have learned something about the assassins. You'll find Boris at Luther Broad's boarding house in the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. The
Anything
Amulet
else?
of Kings is the key to everything now. Once we have it back, Martin can use it to light the dragonfires in the Temple of the One and reseal the barriers between Oblivion and our world. This fortress is well supplied with arms and armor. Use what you need from the armory in the East Wing. Give my warm regards to Boris. Tell him he should not blame himself for the Emperor's death. He did well to send you to me.
Alright. Wow, that's not that strong of a katana.
Sit down. Don't say anything. Just do what I say.
Alright then.
Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him. Good. Remember, wait for him to follow me. I want to see what he'll do. A training of thousands has passed through me.
Paradise awaits me.
The enemy agent who attacked Boris is dead. I should find out what Boris has learned about our enemies. But first, let me take this shit. Found a strange book about the Mythic Dawn cult. I should show this to Boris.
Good work. I am glad to see you, by the way. You just caught me at a bad time. The assassins who killed the Emperor were part of a Daedric cult known as the Mythic Dawn. Apparently worshipped the Daedra Lord Mehrunes Dagon. I've been tracking their agents in the Imperial City. I guess they noticed. Thank Talos he lives. Martin Septim, you say? We will restore him to the throne. It is the sworn duty of all blades. What? They took it from Joffrey? Things are worse than I had thought. There's a scholar at the Arcane University. Tarmina's her name. Supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults. Why don't you take that book to her? See what she makes of it. I'll keep running down leads on the Mythic Dawn network. If you learn anything, you can find me at Luther Broad's. May Talos guide you.
Yeah, you
Like
too,
I
man.
said, she's one of the brains over at the Arcane University. Supposed to know everything there is to know about Daedric cults. I hope you learned something from Tarmina about that book. This might just be the break we need. What do you need, friend?
Speak.
Remember why I had beef with the Mages Guild the first time I played this. You can't enter here unless you're high enough in the guild. So to continue the main quest, you actually have to do the Mages Guild. It's a way to get you to do other shit, but my god, that's stupid.
You must be the one I got the message about. How can I help you?
I'm also the Archmage. How is this not...
Too big for me. Loud, dirty. Clowns, fools, brutes, and thieves everywhere. I want to throw my gold away. I just dump it in Lake Rumara. Save time. The Mystic Archives have a large collection of books. Look around, and you may learn a thing or two. You know of them? One of the most secretive of all the Daedric cults. Not much is known about them. They follow the teachings of Mainkar Cameron, whom they call the Master, a shadowy figure in his own right. Ah, yes. Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. Wonderful. You have a scholarly interest in Daedric cults, then? Find them, eh? I won't poke my nose any further. Official business and all that. I'm used to working with the Blades. Don't worry. Say no more. In any case, finding them won't be easy. I've studied Mainkar Cameron's writings a bit myself. At least those that I could find. It is clear from the text that Mainkar Cameron's commentaries come in 4 volumes, but I've only ever seen the first 2 books. I believe that his writings contain hidden clues to the location of the Mythic Dawn's secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon. Those who unlock this hidden path have proven themselves worthy to join the ranks of the Mythic Dawn cult. Finding the shrine is the first test. If you want to find them, you'll need all 4 volumes of the commentaries. Here, you can have the library's copy of Volume 2. Treat it gently, if you please. As I've said, I've never even seen the 3rd and 4th volumes. You should try first edition over in the Market District. Phintius, the proprietor, caters to specialist collectors. He may have an idea of where to locate those books. The supposed leader of the Mythic Dawn cult. He wrote the infamous Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. The commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's Septum, over 400 years ago, so he is unlikely to still be alive, although you never know. The Holy Book of the Mythic Dawn, supposedly written by Mehrunes Dagon himself.
I doubt Dagon does much reading.
It would be an artifact of great and evil power. They worship the Daedra Lord Mehrunes Dagon, according to the teachings of their leader, Mainkar Cameron. No one knows how widespread the cult is or where their shrine to Mehrunes Dagon is located. It was so nice chatting with you. Be sure to let me know how your hunt for the Mythic Dawn turns out. Ah, yes, the Mythic Dawn Scholar. What else can I help you with?
Not a damn thing.
What can I do for you? The Imperial Watch seems awfully worried about the Grey Fox. Look at all those wanted posters. You must be referring to Mainkar Cameron's commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. A common mistake. It comes in 4 volumes. The first 2 volumes are rare, but you may run across them from time to time. The 3rd and 4th are impossible to find. I happen to have a copy of Volume 3 on hand, but I'm afraid it is a special order. Already paid for by another customer. Sorry. Gwyneth would be terribly disappointed if it was gone when he came to pick it up. So sorry I can't help you.
And that was condescending as fuck.
I'd like to help you, but the cost... I would have to try to obtain another copy for Gwyneth, not to mention his disappointment if he found out. I wish I had one, but I have never even seen a copy. I don't know him personally, but he was very eager to get his hands on Volume 3 of Cameron's commentaries. Came all the way from Valenwood. As a matter of fact, he's already late for his appointment to pick up the book. Feel free to wait for him if you want to speak to him yourself. Farewell.
Look at the Yes?
Have you been following me? Leave me alone. That book is mine. It isn't for sale. You'll have to find a copy somewhere else. The Mythic Dawn? Are you... I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about any cult. Very well. I can see you're familiar with Menkar Cameron's commentaries. I know that Daedric cults are not quite the thing socially, but that's just foolish prejudice and superstition. For the adventurous, open-minded thinker, Daedric worship holds many rewards. What? The Mythic Dawn were the ones? You have to believe me. I truly had no idea. I mean, I knew they were a Daedric cult. Menkar Cameron's views on Mehrunes Dagon are fascinating, revolutionary even. But to murder the Emperor? Mara, preserve us. Yes, of course. I don't want anyone to think I had anything to do with their insane plots. Here, Volume 3 is yours. What you do with it is your business. You can only get Volume 4 directly from a member of the Mythic Dawn. I had set up a meeting with the sponsor, as he called himself. Here, take this note they gave me. It tells you where to go. I don't want anything else to do with the Mythic Dawn.
I have it. Gwynnis, your interest in the writings of the Master has been noted. You are taking the first steps towards true enlightenment. Persevere, and you may yet join the exalted ranks of the Chosen. If you wish to continue further down the path of dawn, you will need the 4th volume of the Master's Commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes. It can be obtained only from a member of the Order of the Mythic Dawn. As your designated sponsor, I will pass on my copy to you if I deem you worthy. Study the first 3 volumes of the Master's writings. Look for the hidden meaning in his words as best as you are able. When you are ready, come to the sunken sewers under the Elven Gardens in the Imperial City. Come alone, follow the main tunnel until you reach the room with a table and chair. Sit down, I will meet you there and give you what you desire, the sponsor.
Who will help an old beggar?
Go ahead.
How does the day greet you, friend?
Good afternoon. What's going on with you?
They say syndicates of wizards have...
What do you need, friend? You're not easy to get hold of. What have you found out? They'll pay for the murder of the Emperor. Now that we know who they are, it's only a matter of time. This just might be the break we've been looking for. Good work. We need to get that 4th book, then. If Tarmina is right, we can use these books to locate the Mythic Dawn's hidden shrine. Let's go. I know that part of the sewers well. The sewers run underneath the whole Imperial City. There are access points in every district. The Blades have occasion to use them in our undercover work, as well as a means to move around the city without attracting attention. Follow me. I know how to get to the part of the sewers where we need to meet the sponsor.
Well met.
What is it now?
Hey, did you hear about that murder in the Talos Plaza district? I think the man's name was Draconis. Yeah, cut down to the private.
Hello.
Over here!
Say, my guy, it's just some mud crabs.
This one's mine!
And a rat.
Get my back! Over here! Get my back! Quickly now! Over here! Stick together! Stick together! Stick together! This one's mine! This one's mine! Wrong move. Talos bless me. This one's mine! Look out! Dar! Dar! All right, the room with the table is just through this door. I always wondered who put it there. I happen to know that if you go up the stairs there, you can get a vantage point on the meeting room. I think I'd better be the one to handle the meeting. You'll be my backup. Keep watch from above in case of trouble. No, it should be me. I have a blood debt to repay these Mythic Dawn assassins. Besides, I've trained for this kind of thing my whole life. Very well, we'll do it your way. Be careful, and remember, we can't leave here without that book. It's our best chance of getting the amulet back. Listen, I may not survive this, but if I don't, you must. You must recover the book and find the Amulet of Kings. I'm glad to have you at my back. Okay, let's do this.
Commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes, Book 1 by Mankar Cameron. Greetings, novitiate, and no first reassurance. Mankar Cameron was once like you, asleep, unwise, protonymic. We mortals leave the dreaming sleeve of birth the same, unmantled save for the symbiosis with our mothers, thus to practice and thus to approachment, until finally we meet through new eyes, leave our hearths without need or fear that she remains behind. In this moment we destroy her forever and enter the domain of Lord Dagon. Reader, this book is your door to that domain. And though you be a destroyer, you must still submit to locks. Lord Dagon would only have those clever enough to pause, all else the Orbis claims in their fool running. Walk first, heed, the impatience you feel is your first slave to behead. Enter as Lord Dagon has written. Come slow and bring 4 keys. Know that then you are royalty, a new breed of destroyer, whose garden shall flood with flowers known and unknown, as it was in the mythic dawn. Thus shall you return to your first primal wail, and yet come out different. It shall this time be Neombiosis, master akin to master, whose mother is Miasma. Every quarter has known us, and none bore our passing except with trembling. Perhaps you came to us through war, or study, or shadow, or the alignment of certain snakes. Though each path matters in its kind, the prize is always thus. Welcome, novitiate, as you will hear at all the means that you have the worthiness of kings. Seek thy pocket now, and look. There is the first key, glinting with the light of a new dawn. Night follows day, and so know that this primary insight shall fall alike onto this turbulent evening sea, where all faiths are tested. Again a reassurance. Even the usurper went under like the Iliac before he rose up to claim his feet. Fear only for a second. Shaken belief is like water for a purpose. In the garden of the dawn we shall breathe whole realities. Enter as Lord Dagon has written. Come slow and bring 4 keys. Our order is based on the principles of his mighty razor, novitiate, questing knight, chaplain, and master. Let the evil ones burn in its light as if by the excess of our vision. Then shalt our knowledge go away. However, recall that your sight is yet narrow, and while you have the invitation, you may not have the address. My own summons came through a book Lord Dagon wrote himself in the deserts of rust and ruins, in the deserts of rust and wounds. Its name is the Mysterium Xerxes. Aldemera Tata Aggregate, forefather to the wife of all enigma. Each word is a razor, fed in secret, thinner than cataclysms, tarnished like red shrink. That I mention it at all is testament to your new rank, my child. Your name is now cut into its weight. Palace, hut, or cave, you have left all the fog worlds of conception behind. New mansion, liberty, rejoice in the promise of paradise. Endlessly it shall form and reform around you, deeds as entities, all systems only an hour before they bloom to 0 sums, flowering like vestments, divine raiment worn to dance at Lord Dagon's golden feet. In his first arm a storm, his second the rush of plagued rain, the third all the tinder of Anu, and the fourth the very eyes of Padon. Feel uplifted in thine heart that you have this first key, for it shall strike high and low into the worm-rot of false heavens. Warring, I wandered until I grew hoarse with the gospel. I had read the mysteries of Lord Dagon, and feeling anew went mad with the overflow. My words found no purchase until I became hidden. These were not words for the common of Tamriel, whose clergy long ago feigned the very existence of the dawn. Learn from my mistake. Know that humility was Mankar Cameron's original wisdom. Come slow and bring 4 keys. Offering myself to that daybreak allowed the girdle of grace to contain me. When my voice returned, it spoke with another tongue. After 3 nights I could speak fire. Red drink, razor fed, I had glimpsed the path onto the garden, and knew that to inform others of its harbor, I had to first drown myself in Search's sea. Know ye that I have found my fleet, and that you are the flagship of my hope. Greetings, novitiate. Mankar Cameron was once you, asleep, unwise, protonymic, but am no more. Now I sit and wait to feast with thee on all the worlds of the cosmos. New Manshire, liberty. O-R-E-E-N-P-E-R-O-R. Commentaries in the Mysterium Xerxes Book 2 by Mankar Cameron. Whosoever findeth this document, I call him brother. Answers are liberations, where the slaves of Malbioge that came to know Numantia cast down their jailer king, Mastiac, which the Xerxes Mysterium calls the Arcane. Mastiac, whose carcass was dragged through the streets by his own bone walkers, whose flesh was opened on rocks thereon, and those angels who loved him no longer did drink from his honeyed ichors, screaming, Let all know free will, and do as they will. Your coming was foretold, my brother, by the Lord Dagon in his book of razors. You are to come as idols drop away from you one by one. You are exalted in eyes that have not yet set on you. You, swain to well-travelled to shadow of mantles, you, brother, are to sit with me in paradise, and be released of all unknowns. Indeed, I shall show you his book, and its foul and many-feathered rubric, so that you can put into symbols what you already know. The sphere of destruction is but the milk of the unenslaved. I fault not your stumbling, for they are expected and given grace by the oils. I crave not your downfalls, though without them you might surpass me even in the coming of earth of all infinities. Lord Dagon wishes you no ills but the momentous, and as he wants, you must want, and so learn from the pages of God this, the ritual of want. Whisper to earth, where the meddlers take no stones except to blood, as blood is blood, and to the cracking of stone, as bone is bone, and so to crack and answer and fall before the one and one. I call you Dagon as brother and kin. Hides of draw, 7 and 7, draught of oil, 1 and 1, circles drawn by wet dibolites, 3 concentric, and let their lower blood fall where it may, a birth watched by blackbirds, hearthfire first, and cant the following when your hearing becomes blurred. Enraptured, he who finally goes unrecorded, reported the slaves that without knowing turn the wheel, enslaved all the children of the Orbis as it is. Commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes, Book 3 by Mankar Cameron. The tower touches all the mantles of heaven, brother novitiates, and by its apex one can be as he will. More, be as he was, and yet changed for all else on that path for those that walk after. This is the third key of Numantia, and the secret of how mortals become makers, and makers back to mortals. The bones of the wheel need their flesh, and that is mankind's ailment. Oathbreakers beware, for their traitors run through the mimic paths, runner dogs of prolix gods. The dragon's blood have hidden ascension in 6,000 years of ethereal labyrinth, which is arena, which they yet deny is oathbound. By the book, take this key and pierce the divine shell that encloses the mantle takers, the skin of gold, scarab a orbix. Woe to the oathbreakers of the skin of gold. The Xerxes Mysterium says, Be fooled not by the forlorn that ride astray the roadway, for they lost faith, and this losing was caused by the Aedra who would know no other planets, whereby the words of Lord Dagon instructs us to destroy these faithless, eat or bleed dry the gone forlorn, and gain that small will that led them to walk the path of Godhead at the first. Spit out or burn to the side that which made them delay, know them as the Nimoli. Every new limb is paid for by the underknown. See, brother, and give not more to the Hydra. Reader, you will sense a shadow choir soon. The room you are in right now will grow eyes and voices. The candle or spelllight you read this by will become gateways for the traitors I have mentioned. Scorn them and fear not. Call them names. Call out their base natures. I, the Mankar of stars, am with you, and I come to take you to my paradise, where the towered traitors shall hang on glass racks until they smile with a new revolution. That is your ward against the Nimoli. They run blue, through noise, and shine only when the earth trembles with the eruption of the newly mantled. Tell them, go, Gartak al-Nem. God is come, Numi Mora, Num Dale Nem. Once you walk in the mythic, it surrenders its power to you. Myth is nothing more than first wants, unutterable truth. Ponder this while searching for the fourth key. Understood laws of the Arca nature will fall away like heat. First tower dictate, render the mutant bound, where he may do no more harm. As god of the Mundus, alike shall be his progeny, split from their divine sparks. We are 8 times 8 exarchs. Let the home of Padme see us as sole exit. Kim, those who know it can reshape the land. Witness the home of the Red King once jungle. He that enters paradise enters his own mother. I, Alma Rumor, the Orbis endeth in all ways. Endeth we seek through our dawn, all endeth. Falter now and become one with the wayside of orphans that feed me. Follow and I shall adore you from inside. My first daughter ran from the Dagonite road. Her name was Rumor, and I ate her with no bread, and made another which learned, and I loved that one, and blackbirds formed her twin behind all time. Starlight is your mantle, brother. Wear it to see by, and add its light to paradise. So I read those because I wasn't sure if opening them or not was going to give me the answers I'd need.
For Uriel Septum!
Brothers, kill them!
Must have just been rats. Not on this now.
There's someone else here.
That's 3 more that won't be.
I have the fourth and last volume of Mankar Cameron's writings on the Mysterium Zoxes. I cannot piece together the clues within them to find the Mythic Dawn's secret shrine. Maybe Tomina can help.
Now that you have all 4 books, you should be able to handle things from here. I'm going to Cloud Ruler Temple. My place is at Martin's side. I'll see you back at Cloud Ruler Temple. Good luck.
Guy, you didn't have to swing instantly. know what? I no longer care.
What is it, citizen? You. I've seen your kind before. You've got blood on your hands. The Kvatch Oblivion Gate is... Move along.
Commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes, Book 4, by Mankar Cameron. May the hold of the fourth key know the heart thereby. The Mundix terrain was once ruled over solely by the tyrant Drow kings, each to their own dominion, and border wars fought between their slave oceans. They were akin to the time totems of old, yet evil, and full of mockery and profane powers. No one that lived did so outside of the sufferance of the Drows. I give my soul to the Magna Gi, saith the joyous in paradise, for they created Mehrunes the Razor in secret in the very bowels of Lig, the domain of the upstart who vanishes. Though they came from diverse waters, each get shared sole purpose, to artifice a prince of good, spinning his likeness in random swath, and imbuing him with Oblivion's most precious and scarce asset, hope. Deathlessly I intone from paradise. Mehrunes the thief-taker, Mehrunes God's body, Mehrunes the red arms that went up, Numantia, liberty. Deny not that these days shall come again, my novitiates, for as Mehrunes threw down Lig and cracked his face, declaring each of the 19 and 9 and 9 oceans free, so shall he crack the serpent crown of the Cyrodiils and make federation. All will change in these days as it was changed in those. Forthwith by the magic word Numantia, a great rebellion rose up and pulled down the towers of Kim El Goreg, and the Templars of the upstart were slaughtered, and blood fell like dew from the upper wards down to the lowest pits, where the slaves with maniacal faces took chains and teeth to their jailers, and all hope was brushfire. Your dawn listens, my lord. Let all the Orbis know itself to be free. Mehrunes is come. There is no dominion save free will. Suns were riven as your red legions moved from Lig to the hinterlands of Chill. A legion for each get, and Kiri was thrown down, and the Off was thrown down, and Hormagail was crushed with cold salt, and forevermore called Hor, and so shall it be again under the time of gates. Under the Myers, Malbios was thrown down, that old city of chains, slaked in new-born warmth and set free. Galg and Morgalg were thrown down together in a single night of day, and shall it be again under the time of gates. Nothing but woe for Nirn, which has become the pit and 7 curses on its drove, the verma ne mock, but for it the crusades would be as my lord's creation. Get by the gee, and as thou wilt, of no fetters but your own conscience. Know that your hell is broken, people of the Orbis, and praise the new mansion which is liberty. Okay.
It is a privilege.
Hail and welcome, friend. Hail.
Darmina, this is my mystic archives. Keep it neat, keep it quiet. No eating in the stacks. To find their secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon, you'll need to study the 4 volumes of Mainkar Cameron's commentaries. It is a fairly common practice of these kinds of esoteric cults to put hidden messages within their sacred writings. In effect, simply by finding their way to the shrine, prospective members have already passed the first test on the road to enlightenment. You've piqued my curiosity about this puzzle. I will think on it myself and let you know if I have any ideas. Check back with me tomorrow after I've given this matter some thought. I'll keep studying the first 2 volumes of the commentaries. Who knows, I might turn up something before you do. Well met. I turned up copies of the first 2 volumes from my colleagues, and I spent a little time rereading them. Mainkar Cameron certainly is a fascinating writer, undoubtedly insane, but fascinating. Ah, but more to the point, it appears to me that the first words of each paragraph may be significant. A message may be hidden there. I'll continue to study the problem. Come by tomorrow if you like. I may think of something else. The first words of each paragraph are the key. I'm sure of it. Well, I shouldn't keep you. Goodbye.
Greetings, reader. Enter every night. Enter my palace, endlessly warm, offering bread. Whosoever answers your whisper hides enraptured, recorded, and slain. The oath, woe, every reader that is once understood kin. He endeth starlight. May I deathlessly deny all your sons under nothing. Ooh, Okay, that last one is kind of cool.
Good day. I think I may have figured out the hidden message in Mankar Cameron's books. Do you have the third and fourth volumes with you? Excellent. Let's see. Yes. The first letter of each paragraph spells out a message. Write this down. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. Are you familiar with Green Emperor Way? The gardens around the Imperial Palace? Something must be revealed there at noon. How exciting. I've half a mind to go down to Green Emperor Way myself and see what's there. Well, good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Come on. Come on. I followed the clues hidden in the 4 volumes written by Mankar Cameron to a gravestone in Green Emperor Way. At noon, a map of Cyrodiil appeared on the gravestone with the location of the Mythic Dawn shrine marked on it. I need to find my way into the shrine and locate the Amulet of Kings. I still think this is a cool way to do it. This was cool. I think I'll always find it cool that they had this set up at noon. There, it shows up. Granted, it does bring into question how the fuck did no one notice this? Because like, ain't no one go in there. But you know, I've arrived at Lake Arius Caverns. The secret Mythic Dawn shrine must be somewhere inside.
Dawn is breaking. Welcome, brother. The hour is late, but the Master still has need for willing hands. You may pass into the shrine. Harrow will take you to the Master for your initiation into the service of Lord Dagon. Do not tarry. The time of preparation is almost over. The time of cleansing is near.
Oh. Okay, I guess I'm not fighting my way in.
I am Harrow, Warden of the Shrine of Dagon. By following the path of dawn hidden in the writings of the Master, Mankar Cameron, you have earned a place among the Chosen. You have arrived at an opportune time. You may have the honor to be initiated into the Order by the Master himself. As a member of the Order of the Mythic Dawn, everything you need will be provided for you from the Master's bounty. Give me your possessions, and put on this initiate's robe.
Oh.
What? I must warn you. No one leaves this place who does not bind himself to the service of Lord Dagon. But I am sure you will reconsider. You have proven yourself worthy and dedicated to have come this far. I ask you one last time. Give me your possessions. The Master requires it of all initiates. Then you have come here to die.
So, it is a shame that I can't do that. Because the second I take off this necklace, I lose my shit. And I'd have to do the whole mana thing all over again. And I am not doing that glitch again to get my magic up. I will just fight my way in.
The master's...
I'm probably going to look at the video later. Because that would have been cool. Go in, see the initiation and everything. But, oh.
For Lord.
Ooh.
For Lord Dagon!
So Dagon does have a cool design. Like, just design-wise, he's probably one of my favorite princes.
The dragon throne is empty, and we hold the amulet of kings.
You cannot escape the master's vigilance. The master's vigilance.
Tell me what you've got!
For Lord Dagon!
For Lord Dagon!
Lord Dagon will welcome you!
Menkar Cameron escaped to his realm of paradise with the Amulet of Kings and closed his magical portal behind me. But the Mysterium Zoxys itself is here in the shrine. I must get the Mysterium Zoxys. It is my only hope of finding a way to recover the amulet.
Don't hurt me!
I have the Mysterium Zoxys, the Mythic Dawn's Book of Secrets. I must escape this place and return to Cloudlord Temple. You know what, I am gonna pause for a second, look up Gelius, because I'm curious if they, like, have to die? Huh. You know what, I will load back here, because apparently you can save him, which is cool.
Praise be.
Lord Dagon will welcome your soul in Oblivion. Only the chosen will survive the cleansing.
I had a feeling they wouldn't allow that. Menkar Cameron has escaped.
Paradise awaits me.
I suppose fearing for your life is very fair in this situation. I gotta say, Skyrim did a good job of adding shit. I do hope the next game adds, like, even more clothing options. Also, let me wear more than 2 rings. Why can I only wear 2 rings? They're so dumb.
For Lord Dagon! For Lord Dagon!
Potion of Cure Disease, grind Clanfear Claws and Mandrake Root into a fine powder using a mortar and pestle. It will remain somewhat gritty. It can be mixed in with almost any liquid, but ordinary clear water is safest. You need Clanfear Claws for that? That's so much.
I do not
Just
fear death.
For Lord Dagon!
You cannot escape the master! Look out!
Oi. Wow. You guys have no money.
You
For Lord Dagon!
The Master's vigilance.
It's man, I'ma just
You cannot escape the mob.
Run ahead of you.
You cannot escape the... I do not fear.
You cannot escape the master's vigilance!
Not bad. Not amazing loot, but clearly they have more set loot for early game here. Which is a little odd, considering you have to progress like a decent chunk into the Mage's Guild to do it. There we go. They've escaped with the Mysterium's Oxys, now to deliver to Martin at the Cloud Ruler Temple. Julius, my guy, I hope you make it.
Thank Talos you've returned safely. Do you have the amulet? Please tell me you have some good news. Ah, good. You should take that to Martin right away. He'll be in the Great Hall reading. He's hardly taken time to sleep since you left.
Ah, you're back. I told Joffrey not to worry. I can see you've had bad news. You didn't recover the amulet, did you?
By the Nine, such a thing is dangerous even to handle.
Forgive me. You were right to bring it, but you'd better give it to me. I know some ways to protect myself from its evil power. I don't know. Maybe. I suspect that the secret of how to open a portal to Cameron's paradise lies within these pages. But I will need time. Tampering with dark secrets, even just reading them, can be very dangerous. I'll have to proceed carefully. In the meantime, you should speak to Joffrey. He was concerned about reports of spies in Bruma. I put aside the dark arts when I became a priest. But the workings of fate may be seen in this too. The gods can turn anything to good. Or so I piously told those who came to see me for advice. Perhaps I may yet come to believe it myself. This evil book was written by Mehrunes Dagon himself, and given by him to Manca Cameron. I believe Manca Cameron used it to create his paradise. It should give us the means to open a gate there ourselves. I will continue studying it. It is now clear to me that the only way to stop the Oblivion invasion is to relight the Dragonfires. Emperor, Amulet, and Dragonfire. With these divine gifts, the Daedra of Oblivion have been kept at bay for thousands of years. While the Dragonfires burned, the divine barriers kept the Daedra from making more than fleeting visits to our world. But the Dragonfires can only be relit by an heir of the Septim blood, wielding the Amulet of Kings. This was the essence of Manka Cameron's plot. He was undone only by the merest chance. But his complete victory remains perilously close. We must recover the Amulet of Kings and relight the Dragonfires before it is too late to stem Dagon's invasion. I hope to have at least part of the Mysterium Xarxes translated in a few days. Speak to Joffrey about those spies in the meantime.
How much, I'm gonna dump some shit at Frostcrag before I continue. Also, remember, I kind of wanted to keep this for just weapons and armor. I do want to read Sacred Witness first. I have met countesses and courtesans, empresses and witches, ladies of war and slatterns of peace, but I have never met a woman like the Night Mother, and I never will again. I am a writer, a poet of some small renown. If I told you my name, you may have heard of me, but very likely not. For decades, until very recently, I had adopted the city of Sentinel and the coast of Hammerfell as my home, and kept the company of other artists, painters, tapistrists, and writers. No one I knew would have known an assassin by sight, least of all the queen of them, the blood flower, the Lady Death, the Night Mother. Not that I had not heard of her. Some years ago, I had the good fortune of meeting Pelon Assi, a respected scholar, who had come to Hammerfell to do research for a book about the Order of Diagna. His essay, The Brothers of Darkness, together with Ynir Normig's Fire and Darkness, The Brotherhoods of Death, were considered to be the canon tomes on the subject of Tamriel's orders of assassins. By luck, Gorming himself was also in Sentinel, and I was privileged to sit with the two in a dark schooner den in the musty slums of the city, as we smoked and talked about the Dark Brotherhood, the Morag Tong, and the Night Mother. While not disputing the possibility that the Night Mother may be immortal, or at very least very long lived, as he thought it most likely that several women, and perhaps some men, throughout the ages had assumed the honorary title. It was no more logical to say there was only one Night Mother, he asserted, than to say there was only one King of Sentinel. Gorming argued that there never was a Night Mother, at least no human one. The Night Mother was Mephala herself, whom the Brotherhood revered second only to Sithis. I don't suppose there's any way of knowing for certain, I said, in a note of diplomacy. Certainly there is, whispered Gorming with a grin. You could talk to that cloaked fellow in the corner. I had not noticed the man before, who sat by himself, eyes hidden by his cloak, seemingly as much a part of the dingy place as the rough stone and unswept floor. Turning back to Ynir, I asked him why that man would know about the Night Mother. He's a Dark Brotherhood. His Pelon Asi. That's as plain as the moon's. Don't even joke about speaking with him about her. We moved on to other arguments about the Morag Tong and the Brotherhood, but I never forgot the image of the lone man, looking at nothing and everything, in the corner of the dirty room, with fumes of skuma smokes floating around him like ghosts. When I saw him weeks later on the streets of Sentinel, I followed him. Yes, I followed him. The reader may reasonably ask why and how. I don't blame you for that. How was simply a question of knowing my city as well as I do. I'm not a thief, not particularly sure-footed and quiet, but I know the alleys and streets of Sentinel intimately from decades' worth of ambling. I know which bridges creak, which buildings cast long irregular shadows, the intervals at which the native birds begin the ululations of their evening songs. With relative ease, I kept peace with the Dark Brotherhood, and out of his sight and hearing. The answer to why is even simpler. I have the natural curiosity of the born rider. When I see a strange new animal, I must observe. It is the rider's curse. I trailed the cloaked man deeper into the city, down an alleyway so narrow it was scarcely a crack between two tenements, past a crooked fence, and suddenly, miraculously, I was in a place I had never seen before, a little courtyard cemetery, with a dozen old, half-rotted wooden tombstones. None of the surrounding buildings had windows that faced it, so no one knew this miniature necropolis existed. No one, except the 6 men and 1 woman standing in it, and me. The woman saw me immediately and gestured for me to come closer. I could have run, but no, I couldn't have. I had pierced a mystery right in my adopted sentinel, and I could not leave it. She knew my name, and she said it with a sweet smile. The Night Mother was a little old lady with fluffy white hair, cheeks like wrinkled apples that still carried the flush of youth, friendly eyes, blue as the Iliac Bay. She softly took my arm as we sat down amidst the graves and discussed murder. She was not always in Hammerfell, not always available for direct assignment, but it seemed she enjoyed actually talking to her clientele. I did not come here to hire the Brotherhood, I said respectfully. And why are you here? The Night Mother asked, her eyes never leaving mine. I told her I wanted to know about her. I did not expect an answer to that, but she told me. I do not mind the stories you writers dream up about me, she chuckled. Some of them are very amusing. Some of them are good for business. I like the sexy, dark woman lounging on the divan in Kolovak Townway's fiction particularly. The truth is that my history would not make a very dramatic tale. I was a thief long, long ago, back when the Thieves' Guild was only beginning. It's such a bother to sneak around a house when performing a burglary, and many of us found it more efficacious to strangle the occupant of the house. Just for convenience, I suggested to the Guild that a segment of our order be dedicated to the arts and sciences of murder. It did not seem like such a controversial idea to me, the Night Mother shrugged. We had specialists in cat burglary, pickpocketing, lockpicking, fencing, all the other essential parts of the job. The Guild thought that encouraging murder would be bad for business. Too much, they argued. They might have been right, the old woman continued, but it discovered there was a profit to be made just the same from sudden death. Not only can one rob the deceased, but if your victim has enemies, which rich people often do, you can be paid for it even more. I began to murder people differently when I discovered that. After I strangled them, I would put 2 stones in their eyes, one black and one white. Why? I asked. It was a sort of calling card of mine. You're a writer. Don't you want your name on your books? I couldn't use my name, but I wanted potential clients to know me and my work. I didn't do it anymore. No need to. But at the time, I don't do it anymore. No need to. But at the time, it was my signature. Word spread, and I soon had quite a successful business. And that became the Morag Tong? I asked. Oh, dear me, no, the Night Mother smiled. Morag Tongue was around long before my time. I know I'm old, but I'm not that old. I merely hired on some of their assassins when they began to fall apart after the murder of the last potentate. They did not want to be members of the Tong anymore, and since I was the only other murder syndicate of any note, they just joined on. I phrased my next question carefully. Will you kill me now that you've told me all this? She nodded sadly, letting out a little grandmotherly sigh. You are such a nice, polite young man. I hate to end our acquaintanceship. I don't suppose you would agree to a concession or two in exchange for your life, would you? To my everlasting shame, I did agree. I said I would say nothing about our meeting, which, as the writer can see, was a promise I eventually, years later, chose not to keep. Why have I endangered my life thus? Because of the promises I did keep. I helped the Night Mother and the Dark Brotherhood in acts too despicable, too bloody for me to set to paper. My hand quivers as I think about the people I betrayed, beginning with that man. I tried to write my poetry, but ink seemed to turn to blood. Finally I fled, changing my name, going to a land where no one would know me. And I write this, the true history of the Night Mother, from the interview she gave me on the night we met. It will be the last thing I ever write, this I know, and every word is true. Pray for me. Editor's note. Though originally published anonymously, the identity of the author has never been in serious doubt. Any layman familiar with the work of the poet Enric Melms will recognize Sacred Witness's familiar cadence and style in such books of his as The Alakir. Shortly after publication, Melms was murdered, and his killer was never found. He had been strangled, and 2 stones, a black one and a white one, crushed into his eye sockets, very brutally. Okay, so that was a great book. It really adds to the lore and the world building. Will say it is slightly weird because we know that's not actually what's up with the Night Mother. From what I remember, it had no mention of Sithis or her connections or the children that we know she has. Kind of weird. I do kind of also want to read the Argonian account, because I'm curious what this is. So, hang on a sec. The Argonian account, Book 1, by Worgen Yoth. On a minor but respectable plaza in the Imperial City sat, perhaps lounged, Lord Vanek's building commission. It was an unimaginative, austere building, not noted so much for its aesthetic or architectural design as for its prodigious length. If any critics wondered why such an unornamented, extended erection held such fascination for Lord Vaneth, they kept it to themselves. In the 398th year of the Third Era, Decimus Scotti was a senior clerk at the commission. It had been a few months since the shy, middle-aged man had brought Lord Vaneth the most lucrative of all contracts, granting the Commission the exclusive rights to rebuild the roads of Valenwood, which had been destroyed in the 5-Year War. For this, he had become the darling of the managers and the clerks, spending his days recounting his adventures more or less faithfully, though he did omit the ending of the tale, since many of them had partaken in the celebratory Anthropo roast provided by the Salenstry, informing one's listeners that they've gorged on human flesh and proves very few stories of any good taste. Scotti was neither particularly ambitious nor hard-working, so he did not mind that Lord Vanek had not given him anything to actually do. Whenever the squat little gnomish man would happen upon Decimus Scotti in the offices, Lord Vanek would always say, "You're a credit to the Commission, keep up the good work." In the beginning, Scotti had worried that he was supposed to be doing something, but as the months went on, he merely replied, "Thank you, I will." There was, on the other hand, the future to consider. He was not a young man, and though he was receiving a respectable salary for someone not doing actual work, Scotty considered that soon he might have to retire and not get paid for not doing work. It would be nice, he decided, if Lord Vanek, out of gratitude for the millions of gold the Valenwood contract was generating, might deign to make Scotty a partner, or at least give him a small percentage of the bounty. Decimus Scotty was no good at asking for things like that, which was one of the reasons why, previous to his signal successes in Valenwood as a senior clerk for Lord Atreus, he was a lousy agent. He had just about made up his mind to say something to Lord Vaneth when his lordship unexpectedly pushed things along. "Your credits of the commission," the waddling little thing said, and then paused. "Do you have a moment free on your schedule?" Scotty nodded eagerly, and followed his lordship to his hideously decorated and very enviable hectare of office space. "Zenithal blesses us for your presence at the commission," the little fellow squeaked grandly. "And I don't know whether you know this, but we were having a bad time before you came along. We had impressive projects, for certain, but they were not successful. In Blackmarsh, for example, for years we've been trying to improve the roads and other routes of travel for commerce. I put my best man, Flessis Tiho, on it. But every year, despite staggering investments of time and money, the trade along those routes only gets slower and slower. Now, we have your very clean, very, very profitable Valenwood contract to boost the Commission's profits. I think it's time you were rewarded." Scotty grinned a grin of great modesty and subtle adverse. I want you to take over the Blackmarsh account from Fleecis Tiho." Scotty shook as if awakening from a pleasant dream to a hideous reality. "My lord, I couldn't." "Nonsense," chipped Lord Vanek. "Don't worry about Tiho. He will be happy to retire on the money I give him, particularly as soul-wrenchingly difficult as this Blackmarsh business has been. Just your sort of challenge, my dear Decimus." Scotty couldn't utter a sound, though his mouth feebly formed the word "no," as Lord Vanek brought out the box of documentation on Blackmarsh. "You're a fast reader," Lord Vanek guessed. "You can read it all en route to Blackmarsh, of course," the tiny fellow giggled. "You're a funny chap. Where else would you go to learn about the work that's being done and how to improve it?" The next morning, the stack of documentation hardly touched, Decimus Scotty began the journey southeast to Blackmarsh. Lord Vanek had hired an able-bodied guard, a rather taciturn red guard named Malik, to protect his best agent. They rode south along the Nibbin, and then southeast along the Silverfish, continuing on into the wilds of Cyrodiil, where the river tributaries had no names, and the very vegetation seemed to come from another world than the nice, civilized gardens of the northern imperial province. Scotty's horse was tied to Malik's, so the clerk was able to read. It made it difficult to pay attention to the path they were taking, but Scotty knew he needed at least a cursory familiarity with the Commission's business dealings in Blackmarsh. It was a huge box of paperwork going back 40 years, when the Commission had first been given several million in gold by a wealthy trader, Lord Zelikles, Pinnis Ravina, to improve the condition of the road from Gideon to Cyrodiil. At that time, it took 3 weeks, a preposterously long time, for the rice and root he was importing to arrive, half rotten, in the imperial province. Pinnos Ravina was long dead, but many other investors over the decades, including Pelagius IV himself, had hired the Commission to build roads, drain swamps, construct bridges, devise anti-smuggling systems, hire mercenaries, and, in short, do everything that the greatest empire in history knew would work to aid trade with Blackmarsh. According to the latest figures, the result of this was that it took 2.5 months for goods, now thoroughly rotten, to arrive. Scotty found that when he looked up, after concentrating on what he was reading, the landscape had always changed, always dramatically, always for the worse. "This is Blackwood, sire," said Malik to Scotty's unspoken question. It was dark and woodsy, so Decimus Scotty thought that a very appropriate name. The question he longed to ask, which in due course he did ask, was, "What's that terrible smell?" "Slough Point, sir," Malik replied as they turned the next bend, where the umbrageous tunnel of tangled tree and vine opened to a clearing. There squatted a cluster of formal buildings in the dreary imperial design favored by Lord Vanek's commission and every emperor since Tibur, together with a stench so blindingly, stomach-wrenchingly awful that Scotty wondered, suddenly, if it were deadly poisonous. The swarms of blood-colored, sand-grain-sized insects obscuring the air did not improve the view. Scotty and Malik batted at the buzzing clouds as they rode their horses toward the largest of the buildings, which on approach revealed itself to be perched at the edge of a thick, black river. From its size and serious aspect, Scotty guessed it to be the Census and Excise office for the wide, white bridge that stretched across the burbling dark water to the reeds on the other side. It was a very nice, bright, sturdy-looking bridge, built, Scotty knew, by his commission. The poxy, irritable official opened the door quickly on Scotty's first knock. Come in, quickly, don't let the flesh flies in. Flesh flies? Decimus Scotty trembled. You mean they eat human flesh? If you're fool enough to stand around and let them, the soldier said, rolling his eyes. He had half an ear, and Scotty, looking around at the other soldiers in the fort, noted that they all were well chewed. One of them had no nose at all to speak of. Now, what's your business? Scotty told them, and added that if they stood outside the fortress instead of inside, they might catch more smugglers. You'd better be more concerned with getting across that bridge, the soldier sneered. Tide's coming up, and if you don't get a move on, you won't get to Blackmarsh for 4 days. That was absurd. A bridge swamped by a rising tide on a river. Only the look in the soldier's eyes told Scotty he wasn't joking. Upon stepping out of the fort, he saw that the horses, evidently tired of being tortured by the flesh flies, had ripped free of their restraints and were bounding off into the woods. The oily water of the river was already lapping on the planks, oozing between the crevices. Scotty reflected that perhaps he would be more than willing to endure a wait of 4 days before going to Blackmarsh, but Malik was already running across. Scotty followed him, wheezing. He was not in excellent shape, and never had been. The box of commission materials was heavy. Halfway across, he paused to catch his breath, and then discovered he could not move. His feet were stuck. The black mud that ran through the river was a thick, gluey paste, and having washed over the planks Scotty was on, it held his feet fast. Panic seized him. Scotty looked up from his trap and saw Malik leaping from plank to plank ahead of him, closing fast on the reeds on the other side. Help, Scotty cried. I'm stuck. Malik did not even turn around, but kept jumping. I know, sir. You need to lose weight. Decimus Scotty knew he was a few pounds over, and had meant to start eating less and exercising more, but embarking on a diet hardly seemed to promise timely aid in his current predicament. No diet on Earn would have helped him just then. However, on reflection, Scotty realized that the Red Guard intended that he drop the box of documents, for Malik was no longer carrying any of the essential supplies he had with him previously. With a sigh, Scotty threw the box of commission notes into the glop, and felt the plank under him rise 1/4 of an inch, just enough to free him from the mud's clutches. With an agility born of extreme fear, Scotty began leaping after Malik, dropping onto every third plank and springing up before the river gripped him. In 46 leaps, Decimus Scotty crashed through the reeds onto the solid ground behind Malik, and found himself in Blackmarsh. He could hear behind him a sloping sound as the bridge and his container of important and official records of commission affairs was consumed by the rising flood of dark filth, never to be seen again. Okay. So I actually really hope the Argonian account has more than one book, because I'm actually curious to see where that goes. Like, I have a feeling it doesn't. Probably not. But I actually do like that one. You know what? I'm gonna see. It's the second book. I'm actually gonna pull up the Imperial Library real quick, because I'm curious if there's a third one. So, the Imperial Library, I don't know who made this. has a list of every book in all the games. Divided by games. Which is really fucking helpful. Oh, I'm just checking real quick. Oh, there's 4. Four part. Where can I find books 3 and book 4? Because now I really want to see. Book 3. And book 4. Okay. So I have book 2. I am going to go get book 3 and book 4. So in call at Reynolds Books, I can get book 4.
Welcome to Renoir's Books. I'm the owner, Estelle Renoir. Look around. If you don't see what you want, please ask. Our Countess will never let Coral fall to the Daedra. Oblivion gates be damned.
Yeah, okay, don't be so sure.
Can I interest you in some of my wares? Pleasure doing business with you. Come back and take care.
Alright, and apparently book 3, the only place to get book 3 is the Mystic Archives in the Arcane universe.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
You choose to share your time with me?
Okay, apparently it's on the upper level, southwest wall, left side of the bookcase on the second shelf up from the
Magister.
bottom.
I just remembered. There's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Good day.
Goodbye.
Walk with virtue, friend.
Southwest wall, left side of the bookcase.
My pleasure, really.
I do like that since I'm the Archmage, I can just come in,
Have you had the pleasure of staying at the Tiber
do this.
It's the finest place in the city. Simply an excellent inn.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
I have heard that the great houses of Morrowind are in upheaval. Enderville is in ruin.
It is not surprising, considering Morrowind's violent past. We can only hope the troubles subside quickly.
Goodbye.
Farewell. My pleasure, really.
I would love to have just a really big
What can
ass library. It's so nice.
A visitor.
Yeah, so how many pages? 19, 23, 23. Oh. The Agoni Account, Book 2, by Wohan Yoth. Decimus Scotty emerged from the dirt and reeds, exhausted from running, his face and arms sheathed in red flesh flies. Looking back towards Cyrodiil, he saw the bridge disappear beneath a thick black river, and he knew he was not getting back until the tide went down in a few days' time. The river also held in its adhesive depths his files on the Black Mush account. Would have to rely on his memory for his contacts in Gideon. Malek was purposefully striding through the reeds ahead, flailing ineffectually at the fleshflies. Scotty hurried after him. "We're lucky, sir," said the Red Guard, which struck Scotty as an extraordinarily odd thing to say, until his eyes followed where the man's finger was pointing. "The caravan is here." 21 rusted, mud-spattered wagons with rotting wood and wobbly wheels sat half-sunk in the soft earth ahead. A crowd of Argonians, gray-scaled and gray-eyed, the sort of sullen manual laborers that were common in Cyrodiil, pulled at one of the wagons which had been detached from the others. As Scotty and Mela came closer, they saw it was filled with a cargo of blackberries so decayed that they had become hardly recognizable, more festering jelly than a wagon-load of fruit. Yes, they were going to the city of Gideon, and yes, they said, Scotty could get a ride with them after they were finished unloading the shipment of lumberries. "How long ago were they picked?" Scotty asked, looking at the wagon's rotten produce. "The harvest was in the last seed, of course," said the Argonian who seemed to be in charge of the wagon. It was now sun's dusk, so they had been en route from the fields for a little over 2 months. Clearly, Scotty thought, there were problems with transportation, but fixing that, after all, was what he was doing here as a representative of Lord Vannick's building commission. It took close to an hour of the berries rotting even more in the sun for the wagon to be pushed to the side, the wagons in front of it and behind it to be attached to one another, and one of the 8 horses from the front of the caravan to be brought around to the now independent wagon. The laborers moved with dispirited lethargy, and Scotty took the opportunity to inspect the rest of the caravan and talk to his fellow travelers. 4 of the wagons had benches in them, fit for uncomfortable riders. All the rest were filled with grain, meat, and vegetation in various stages of corruption. The travelers consisted of the 6 Argonian laborers, 3 Imperial merchants so bug-bitten that their skin looked as scaly as the Argonians themselves, and 3 cloaked fellows who were evidently Dunmer, judging by the red eyes that gleamed in the shadows under their hoods. All were transporting their goods along this, the Imperial Commerce Road. "Is this a road?" Scotty exclaimed, looking at the endless field of reeds that reached up to his chin or higher. "It's a solid ground of sort," one of the hooded Dunmer shrugged. "The horses eat some of the reed, and sometimes we set fire to it, but it just goes right back up." Finally, the wagon master signaled that the caravan was ready to go, and Scotty took a seat in the 3rd wagon with the other Imperials. He looked around, but Malek was not on board. "I agreed to get you to Black Marsh and take you back out," said the Red Guard, who had plumped down on a rock in the sea of reeds and was munching on a hairy carrot. "I'll be here when you get back." Scotty frowned, and not only because Malek had dropped the deferential title Sir while addressing him. Now he truly knew no one in Black Marsh, but the caravan slowly grinded and bumped forward, so there was no time to argue. A noxious wind blew across the Commerce Road, casting patterns in the endless, featureless expanse of reeds. In the distance, there seemed to be mountains, but they constantly shifted, and Scotty realized they were banks of mist and fog. Shadows flitted across the landscape, and when Scotty looked up, he saw they were being cast by giant birds with long, saw-like beaks nearly the size of the rest of their bodies. "Hawkwings," Choco Gemulus, an Imperial on Scotty's left, who might have been young but looked old and beaten, muttered. "Like everything else in this damnable place, they'll eat you if you don't keep moving. Beggars pounce down and give you a nasty chop, and then they fly off and come back when you're mostly dead from blood loss." Scotty shivered. He hoped they'd be in Gideon before nightfall. It was then it occurred to him that the sun was on the wrong side of the caravan. "Excuse me, sir," Scotty called to the wagon master. "Thought you said we were going to Gideon." The wagon master nodded. "Why are we going north, then, when we should be going south?" There was no reply but a sigh. Scotty confirmed with his fellow travelers that they too were going to Gideon, and none of them seemed very concerned about the circuitous route to getting there. The seats were hard on his middle-aged back and buttocks, but the bumping rhythm of the caravan and the hypnotic waving reeds gradually had an effect on him, and Scotty drifted off to sleep. He awoke in the dark some hours later, not sure where he was. The caravan was no longer moving, and he was on the floor, under the bench, next to some small boxes. There were voices speaking a hissing, clicking language. Scotty didn't understand, and he peeked out between someone's legs to see what was happening. The moons barely pierced the thick mist surrounding the caravan, and Scotty did not have the best angle to see who was talking. For a moment, it looked like the grey wagon master was talking to himself. The darkness had movement and moisture, in fact, glistening scales. It was hard to tell how many of these things there were, but they were big, black, and the more Scotty looked at them, the more details he could see. When one particular detail emerged, huge mouths filled with dripping needle-like fangs, Scotty slipped back under the bench. Their black little eyes had not fallen on him yet. The legs in front of Scotty moved and then began to thrash as the owner was grabbed and pulled out of the wagon. Scotty crouched further back, getting behind the little boxes. He didn't know much about concealment, but he had some experience with shields. He knew that having something, anything, between you and bad things was always good. A few seconds after the legs had disappeared from sight, there was a horrible scream, and then a second and a third. Different timbres, different accents, but the same inarticulate message. Terror and pain. Horrible pain. Scotty remembered a long-forgotten prayer to the god Stendar and whispered it to himself. Then there was silence. Ghastly silence that lasted only a few minutes, which seemed like hours. Years. And then the carriage started rolling forward again. Scotty cautiously crawled out from under the carriage. Cairo Gamulus gave him a bemused smile. "There you are," he said. "Thought the Nagas took you." "Nagas? Nasty characters," Gamulus said, frowning. "Puff adders with legs and arms, 7 feet tall, 8 when they're mad, come from the inner swamp, and they don't like it here much, so they're particularly peevish. You're the kind of posh Imperial they're looking for." Scotty had never in his life thought of himself as posh. His mud and flesh-fly bespeckled clothing seemed eminently middle-class at best to him. "What would they want me for? To rob, of course," the Imperial smiled. "And to kill." "You didn't notice what happened to the others?" The Imperial frowned, as if struck by a thought. "You didn't sample from those boxes below, did you? Like the sugar, do you?" "Gods, no," Scotty grimaced. The Imperial nodded, relieved. You just seem a little slow. First time to Blackmarsh, I gather? Oh, hi-ho, hissed Piss. Scotty was about to ask Gimulus what that vulgar term meant when the rain began. It was an inferno of foul-smelling, yellow-brown rain that washed over the caravan, accompanied by the growl of thunder in the distance. Gimulus worked to pull the roof up over the wagon, glaring at Scotty until he helped with the laborious process. He shuddered, not only from the cold damp, but from contemplation of the disgusting precipitation pouring down on the already nasty produce in the uncovered wagon. It'll be dry soon enough, Gemulus smiled, pointing out into the fog. Scotty had never been to Gideon, but he knew what to expect. A large settlement more or less laid out like an imperial city, with more or less imperial-style architecture, and all the imperial comforts and traditions, more or less. The jumble of huts half sunk in mud was decidedly less. Where are we? Scotty asked, bewildered. Hixenoag, replied Gemulus, pronouncing the queer name with confidence. You were right. We were going north when we should have been going south. The Argonian Account, Book 3, by Warren Yarth. Decimus Scotty was supposed to be in Gideon, a thoroughly imperialized city in southern Blackmarsh, arranging business dealings to improve commerce in the province on behalf of Lord Vannick's building commission and its clients. Instead, he was in a half-submerged, rotten little village called Hixenoag, where he knew no one, except for a drug smuggler named Gemulus. Gemulus was not at all perturbed that the merchant caravan had gone north instead of south. He even let Scotty share his bucket of trode, tiny little crunchy fish he had bought from the villagers. Scotty would have preferred them cooked, or at any rate dead, but Gemulus blithely explained that dead, cooked trow, a deadly poison. If I were where I was supposed to be, Scotty pouted, putting one of the wriggling little creatures in his mouth, I could have been having a roast and some cheese and a glass of wine. I sell moon sugar in the north and buy it in the south, he shrugged. You have to be more flexible, my friend. My only business is in Gideon, Scotty frowned. Well, you have a couple choices, replied the smuggler. You could stay here. Most villages in Argonia don't stay put for very long, and there's a good chance Hixenoag will drift right down to the gates of Gideon. Might take you a month or two, probably the easiest way. That put me far behind schedule. Next option, you could join up with the caravan again, said Gemulus. They might be going in the right direction this time. I might not get stuck in the mud, and they might not be all murdered by Naga highwaymen. Not tempting, Scotty frowned. Any other ideas? Ride the routes. The Underground Express, Gemulus grinned. Follow me. Scotty followed Gemulus out of the village and into a copse of trees shrouded by veils of wispy moss. The smuggler kept his eye on the ground, poking at the viscous mud intermittently. Finally, he found a spot which triggered a mass of big oily bubbles to rise to the surface. Perfect, he said. Now, the important thing is to not panic. The express will take you due south. That's the wintertide migration. And you'll know you're near Gideon when you see a lot of red clay. Just don't panic, and when you see a mass of bubbles, that's a breathing hole you can use to get out. Scotty looked at Gemulus blankly. The man was talking perfect gibberish. What? Gemulus took Scotty by the shoulder and positioning him on top of the mass of bubbles. You stand right here, Scotty sank quickly into the mud, staring at the smuggler, horror-struck. And remember to wait till you see the red clay, and then the next time you see bubbles, push up. The more Scotty wriggled to get free, the faster he sunk. The mud enveloped Scotty to his neck, and he continued staring, unable to articulate anything but a noise like ooh. Don't panic at the idea that you're being digested. You could live in a rootworm's belly for months. Scotty took one last panic gasp of air, and closed his eyes before he disappeared into the mud. The clerk felt a warmth he hadn't expected all around him. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was entirely surrounded by a translucent goo that was traveling rapidly southward, gliding through the mud as if it were air, skipping along an intricate network of roots. Scotty felt confusion and euphoria in equal measures, madly rushing forward through an alien environment of darkness, spinning around over the thick, fibrous tentacles of the trees. It was as if he were high in the sky at midnight, not deep beneath a swamp in the Underground Express. Looking up slightly at the massive root structure above, Scotty saw something wriggle past. An 8-foot-long, armless, legless, colorless, boneless, eyeless, nearly shapeless creature riding the roots. Something dark was inside of it, and as it came closer, Scotty could see it was an Argonian man. He waved, and the disgusting creature the Argonian was in flattened slightly and rushed onward. Gemulus's words began to reappear in Scotty's mind at the sight. The winter-tide migration. Air-hole, you're being digested. These were the phrases that danced around, as if trying to find some place to live in a brain which was highly resistant to them coming in. But there was no other way to look at the situation. Scotty had gone from eating living fish to being eaten alive as a way to transport. He was in one of those worms. Scotty made an executive decision to faint. He awoke in stages, having a beautiful dream of being held in a woman's warm embrace. Smiling and opening his eyes, the reality of where he really was rushed over him. The creature was still rushing madly, blindly forward, gliding over roots, but it was no longer like a flight through the night sky. Now it was like the sky at sunrise, in pinks and reds. Scotty remembered Gamulus telling him to look for the red clay, and he would be near Gideon. The next thing he had to find was the bubbles. There were no bubbles anywhere, but the inside of the room was still warm and comfortable. Scotty felt the weight of the earth all around him. Just don't panic, Gamulus had said, but it was one thing to hear that advice, and quite another to take it. He began to squirm, and the creature began to move faster at the increased pressure from within. Suddenly, Scotty saw it ahead of him, a slim spire of bubbles rising up through the mud from some underground stream, straight up, through the roots to the surface above him. The moment the rootworm went through it, Scotty pushed with all of his might upward, bursting through the creature's thin skin. The bubbles pushed Scotty up quickly, and before he could blink, he was popping out of the red, slushy mud. 2 gray Argonians were standing under a tree nearby, holding a net. They looked in Scotty's direction with polite curiosity. In their net, Scotty noticed, were several squirming, furry, rat-like creatures. While he addressed them, another fell out of the tree. Though Scotty had not been educated in this practice, he recognized fishing when he saw it. "Excuse me, lad," Scotty said jovially. "I was wondering if you'd point me in the direction of Gideon." The Argonians introduced themselves as Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves, looked at one another, puzzling over the question. "Who you seek?" asked Furl of Fresh Leaves. "I believe his name is," said Scotty, trying to remember the contents of his long-gone file of black mush contacts in Gideon. Arcane right foot rock?" Drawing Flame nodded. "For 5 gold, show you way. Just east, is plantation east of Gideon. Very nice." Scotty thought that the best business he had heard of in 2 days, and handed Drawing Flames the 5 septums. The Argonians led Scotty onto a muddy ribbon of road that passed through the reeds and soon revealed the bright blue expanse of Topol Bay far to the west. Scotty looked around at the magnificent walled estates where bright crimson blossoms sprang forth from the very dirt of the walls, and surprised himself by thinking, "This is very pretty." The road ran parallel to a fast-moving stream, running eastward from Topol Bay. It was called the Ongobra River, he was told. It ran deep into Black Marsh, to the very dark heart of the province. Peeking past the gates of the plantations east of Gideon, Scotty saw that few of the fields were tended. Most had rotten crops from harvest past still clinging to wilted vines, orchards of desolate, leafless trees. The Argonian serfs who worked the fields were thin, weak, near death, more like haunting spirits than creatures of life and reason. 2 hours later, as the 3 continued their trudge east, the estates were still impressive, at least from a distance. The road was still solid if weedy. Scotty was irritated, horrified by the field workers in the agricultural state, and no longer charitable towards the area. How much further? Full of fresh leaves, and Drawing Flame looked at one another as if that question was something that hadn't occurred to them. "Arcane is east?" Full of Fresh Leaves pondered. "Near or far?" Drawing Flame shrugged noncommittally, said to Scotty, "For 5 gold, show you way, just east. Is plantation, very nice." "You don't have any idea, do you?" Scotty cried. "Why didn't you tell me that in the first place when I might have asked someone else?" Around the bend up ahead there was the sound of hoofbeats, a horse coming closer. Scotty began to walk towards the sound to hail the rider, and didn't see Drawing Flame's talon claws flash out and cast the spell at him. He felt it, though, a kiss of ice along his spine. The muscles along his arms and legs suddenly immobile, as if wrapped in rigid steel. He was paralyzed. The great curse of paralysis, as the reader may be unfortunate enough to know, is that you continue to see and think, even though your body does not respond. The thought that went through Scotty's mind was, "Damn." For Drawing Flame and Full of Fresh Leaves were, of course, like most simple day laborers in Blackmarsh, accomplished illusionists, and no friend of the Imperial. The Argonians shoved Declan Scotty to the side of the road just as the horse and rider came around the corner. He was an impressive figure, a noble man in a flashing dark green cloak, the exact same color as his scaled skin, and a frilled hood that was part of his flesh and sat upon his head like a horned crown. "Greetings, brothers," the rider said to the 2. "Greetings, Arcane Right Foot Rock," they responded. Then Full of Fresh Leaves added, "What is my lord's business on this fine day?" No rest, the Arcane sighed regally. "One of my she-workers gave birth to twins. Twins. Fortunately, there's a good trader in town for those. She didn't put up too much of a fuss. Then there's a fool of an Imperial from Lord Vannick's building commission I am supposed to meet with in Gideon. I'm sure he'll want the grand tour before he opens up the treasury for me. Such a lot of fuss." Drawing Flame and Full of Fresh Leaves sympathized, and then, as Arcane Right Foot Rock rode off, they went to look for their hostage. Fortunately for them, gravity being the same in Blackmarsh as elsewhere in Tamriel, Their hostage, Decamascati, had continued to roll down from where they left him, and was, at that moment, in the Okobra River, drowning. The Agonian Account, Book 4, by Bohan Yoth. Decamascati was drowning, and he didn't think much of it. He couldn't move his arms or his legs to swim because of the paralysis spell the Argonian peasant had lobbed at him, but he wasn't quite sinking. The Ankobra River was a crashing force of white water and currents that could carry along large rocks with ease, so Scotty tumbled head over heels, spinning, bumping, bouncing along. He figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in black marsh. He wasn't too panicked about it all when he felt his lungs fill with water and cold blackness fell upon him. For a while, for the first time in some time, Decamascati felt peace, blessed darkness, and then pain came to him, and he felt himself coughing, spewing water up from his belly and his lungs. A voice said, "Oh bother, he's alive, ain't he, now?" Scotty wasn't quite sure if that were true, even when he opened his eyes and looked at the face above him. It was an Argonian, but unlike any he had seen anywhere. The face was thin and long, like a thick lance. The scales were ruby red, brilliant in the sunlight. It blinked at him, its eyelids opening and closing in vertical slits. "I don't suppose we should eat you, should we now?" the creature smiled. Scotty could tell from its teeth that it was no idle suggestion. "Thank you," said Scotty weakly. He craned his head slightly to find out who the "we" were, discovered he was on the muddy bank of the still, sludgy river, surrounded by a group of Argonians with similarly needle-like faces and a whole rainbow of scales, bright greens and gem-like purples, blues and oranges. "Can you tell me, am I near, well, anywhere?" Ruby-colored Argonian laughed. "No, you're in the middle of everywhere, and near nowhere." "Oh," said Scotty, who grasped the idea that space did not mean much in Black Marsh. "And what are you?" "We are Agassefs," the ruby-colored Argonian replied. "My name is Nomu." Scotty introduced himself. "I'm a senior clerk in Lord Vannick's building commission in the Imperial City. My job was to come here to try to fix the problems with commerce, but I've lost my agenda, haven't met with any of my contacts, the Arcanes of Gideon, pompous, assimilated slaver kleptocrats," a small lemon-colored Agassef murmured with some feeling, "and now I just want to go home." Nomu smiled, his long mouth arcing up like a host happy to see an unwanted guest leave a party. "Shez will guide you." Shez, it seemed, was the bitter little yellow creature, and he was not at all pleased at the assignment. With surprising strength, he hoisted Scotty up, and for a moment the clerk was reminded of Gamula's dropping him into the bubbling muck that led to the Underground Express. Instead, she shoved Scotty toward a tiny little raft, razor-thin, that bobbed on the surface of the water. "This is how you travel? We don't have the broken wagons and dying horses of our brothers on the outside," Shez replied, rolling his tiny eyes. "We don't know better." The Argonian sat at the back of the craft and used his whip-like tail to propel and navigate the craft. They traveled quickly around swirling pools of slime that stank of centuries of putrefaction, past pinnacled mountains that seemed sturdy but suddenly fell apart at the slightest ripple in the still water, under bridges that might have once been metal but were now purely rust. "Everything in Tamriel flows down to Black Marsh," Shez said. As they slid through the water, Shez explained to Scotty that the Agassefs were one of the many Argonian tribes that lived in the interior of the province, near the Hist, finding little in the outside world worth seeing. It was fortunate to have been found by them. The Nagas, the toad-like Patru, and the winged Sarpa would have killed him on the spot. There were other creatures too to be avoided, though there were few natural predators in inner Black Marsh. The scavengers that rooted in the garbage seldom shied away from a living meal. Hawkwings circled overhead, like the ones Scotty had seen in the west. Shez fell silent and stopped the raft completely, waiting for something. Scotty looked in the direction Shez was watching and saw nothing unusual in the filthy water. Then he realized that the pool of green slime in front of them was actually moving, and fairly quickly, from one bank to the other. It deposited small bones behind it as it oozed up into the reeds and disappeared. "Voroplasm," Shez explained, moving the boat forward again. "Big word. It'll strip you to the bone by the second syllable." Scotty, desirous to distract himself from the sights and smells that surrounded him, thought it a good time to compliment his pilot on his excellent vocabulary. It was particularly impressive given how far from civilization they were. The Argonians in the east did, in fact, speak so well. "They tried to erect a temple of Mora near here in Umfolo 20 years ago," Shez explained, and Scotty nodded, remembering reading about it in the files before they were lost. "They all perished quite dreadfully of swamp rot in the first month, but they left behind some excellent books." Scotty was going to inquire further when he saw something so huge, so horrifying, it made him stop, frozen. Half submerged in the water ahead was a mountain of spines, lying on 9-foot-long claws. Wide eyes stared blindly forward, and then suddenly the whole creature spasmed and lurched, the jaw of its mouth jutting out, exposing tusks clotted with gore. Swamp Leviathan, Shez whistled, impressed. Very, very dangerous. Scotty gasped, wondering why the Agasef was so calm, and more, why he was continuing to steer the raft forward towards the beast. Of all the creatures in the world, the rats are sometimes the worst, said Shez. Scotty noticed that the huge creature was only a husk. Its movement was from the hundreds of rats that had burrowed into it, rapidly eating their way from the inside out, bursting from the skin in spots. They are indeed, Scotty said, and his mind went to the black marsh flies. Black Marsh files buried deep in the mud and 4 decades of imperial work in Black Marsh. The two continued westward through the heart of Black Marsh. Shez showed Scotty the vast, complicated ruins of the Kathringi capitals, fields of ferns and flowered grasses, quiet streams under canopies of blue moss, and the most astonishing sight of Scotty's life, the great forest of full-grown hist trees. They never saw a living soul until they arrived at the edge of the Imperial Commerce Road just east of Slough Point, where Malik, Scotty's Red Guard guide, was waiting patiently. I was going to give you 2 more minutes, the Red Guard scowled, dropping the last of his food into the pile at his feet. No more, sir. The sun was shining bright when Decimus Scotty rode into the Imperial City, and as it caught the morning dew, it lent a glisten to every building as if they had been newly polished for his arrival. It astonished him how clean the city was, and how few beggars there were. The protracted edifice of Lord Vannick's building commission was the same as it had always been, but still the very sight of it seemed exotic and strange. It was not covered in mud. People within, actually, generally, worked. Lord Vannick himself, though singularly squat and squinty, seemed immaculate, not only relatively clean of dirt and scabs, but also relatively uncorrupt. Scotty couldn't help but stare at him when he first caught sight of his boss. Vannick stared right back. You are a sight, the little fellow frowned. Did your horse drag you to Black Marsh and back? I would say go home and fix yourself, but there are a dozen people here to see you. I hope you have solutions for them. It was no exaggeration. Nearly 20 of Cyrodiil's most powerful and wealthiest people were waiting for him. Scotty was given an office even larger than Lord Vannick's, and he met with each. First among the Commission's clients were 5 independent traders, blustering loaded with gold, demanding to know what Scotty intended to do about improving the trade routes. Scotty summarized for them the conditions of the main roads, the state of the merchants' caravan, the sunken bridges, and all the other impediments between the frontier and the marketplace. They told him to have everything replaced and repaired, and gave him the gold necessary to do it. Within 3 months, the bridge at Slough Point had disappeared into the muck, the great caravan had collapsed into decrepitude, and the main road from Gideon had been utterly swallowed up by swamp water. The Egonians began once again to use the old ways, their personal rafts and sometimes the underground express to transport the grain in small quantities. It took a third of the time, 2 weeks, to arrive in Cyrodiil, none of it rotten. The Archbishop of Morrow was the next client Scotty met with. A kind-hearted man, horrified by the tales of Argonian mothers selling their children into slavery, he pointedly asked Scotty if it were true. Sadly, yes, Scotty replied. The Archbishop showered him with septums, telling the clerk that food must be brought to the province to ease their suffering, and the schools must be improved so they could learn to help themselves. Within 5 months, the last book had been stolen from the deserted Moran monastery in Umfalo. As the Arcanes went bankrupt, their slaves returned to his parents' tiny farms. The backwater Argonians found that they could grow enough to feed their families provided they had enough hard workers in their enclave, and the buyer's market for slaves sharply declined. Ambassador Sleeketh, concerned about the rising crime in northern Blackmarsh, brought with him the contributions of many other expatriate Argonians like himself. They wanted more Imperial Guards on the border of Slough Point, more magically lit lanterns posted along the main roads at regular intervals, more patrol stations, and more schools built to allow young Argonians to better themselves and not turn to crime. Within 6 months, there were no more Nagas roaming the roads, as there were no merchants traveling them to Ram. Thugs returned to the fetid inner swamp, where they felt much happier, their constitutions enriched by the rot and pestilence that they loved. Sleeketh and his constituency were so pleased by the crime rate dropping, they brought even more gold to Decimus Scotty, telling him to keep up the good work. Blackmarsh simply was, is, and always shall be unable to sustain a large-scale cash crop plantation economy. The Egonians, and anyone else, the whole of Tamriel, could live in Blackmarsh on subsistence farming, just raising what they needed. That was not said. Scotty thought that was hopeful. Scotty's solution to each of their dilemmas had been the same. 10% of the gold they gave him went to Lord Vannick's building commission. The rest Scotty kept for himself and did exactly nothing about the requests. Within a year, Decimus Scotty has embedded enough to retire very comfortably. Blackmarsh was better off than it had been in 40 years. That's kind of awesome. Well, thank you to anyone who watches, especially if you make it to the end. Thank you to the one person who stopped by. Interesting chat, funny. Nice having people actually come in. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. If there's anything you want to see me play, let me know. And